Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. Da Vinci, Tugboat, Thunder Keys. Hey, Free Heathen, how's it going, dude? Hope everybody's doing well this morning. Hey, Mr. Wizix, morning. As you can see, we've got a full house here in the Dragon's Den. For those of you that don't know, I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? Well, it means that I do everything from printer assemblies, kind of like our Bamboo Labs over here, our Prusa Mark IV down here on the bottom, to full up printer builds like most of the ones you see here, whether it be a black box tool changer, the rat rig that's playing electronic shelf for the build today, various Vorons, the 0G Mercury 1, Annex Engineering K3. And we kind of do it all. We don't discriminate here between vendors. We've even done some Ender 3 stuff and some Ender 3 upgrades. So yeah, welcome on in, everybody. We are doing some prototyping as well. I know Free Heathen likes to hear me say that. So we took part in the closed beta for the 0G Mercury 1 that's right over my shoulder here, which is still in closed beta. Don't ask me when it's coming out. I'm not part of that team. I also worked on the Trad Rack during closed beta, the Fadus Next G Hot End during closed beta. A couple of you, like Thunder Keys, knows that I'm in and I think Da Vinci maybe know that I'm in yet another closed beta right now. So, doing good. Good morning, Pez. How's it going? You're a pro belt installer. Add some tears and yell. Oh yes. Oh yes. So this printer, it has seen a lot. This is my first ever Voron build, was the V0.1. It's had some upgrades. So we got a Kiragami bed on it. After a catastrophic failure, which mangled one of the, what'd I do with it? Mangled very severely one of the rails, which was the X gantry. We upgraded to the Fabrico ultra light gantry here, and this is going to be fun because I'm out on Fabrico's site right now looking for this ultralight gantry, because the XY corner brackets are different. How you say? Well, they're going to be screwing. Whoops! I'm like, let me show you this. They screw in at the top and the bottom. They screw directly into this skeletonized aluminum extrusion. And if I remember right, there's actual cutouts so that they key lock in there on both sides. I'm going to have to look at the old parts, and then I'm going to have to see if I can find the old parts so that I can reprint them in the new color scheme. Color scheme did not change that much, but it is changing a little bit. And I know I said that I wasn't going to do any heat set insert recovery. I did a little bit. And by the way, for those of you that are interested, let me see. You see how kind of nasty and oily this looks? That's what we call VOCs from doing a heavy amount of ABS printing. So every once in a while, you want to clean these, but you don't clean them with alcohol, and you don't clean them with Windex. You have to clean them with a plexiglass cleaner, because if you do them with like Windex, you're going to have a bad day because it's going to crack your frames. Yeah, so this right here is the reason I'm going to have to find these STLs and reprint them. So that is a keyway that will lock into the frame here. So I'm going to have to find the STLs here and get these reprinted before we can do the X gantry. Because this color scheme is going to be a little bit off. It's going to be a little bit lighter. We're using the same, we're going to use the same color scheme that we did for the Nerf Blaster. So 3DO, this is the nano carbon and CF ASA blue. This is the color scheme that we're going with here. Like I said, same thing that we used on the Nerf Blaster. So yeah, and then I need to double check the upgrade kit that I got from KB3D to see if it did include new ACM panels or not, or just the clear panels. If it included the ACM panels, then I'm going to swap the ones out in here. Oh, look. Fans and parts and clear stuff, ACM deck kit. All right, so we will be replacing our ACM panels, which makes it easier because if I need to replace the ACM panels, then I will go ahead and take the frame completely apart. Top hat extrusions. Now the downside of doing the upgrade versus a full up frame rebuild is these extrusions may not match 100% in the colorings. Let me bring that up there. Whoops, what am I catching on? Where are we going? So I'm not sure. Yeah, we got a little bit of a coloring mismatch there. So the top frame or the top hat's going to be a little bit darker than the main frame that I have here. Not by much. Well, yeah, no, that is noticeable. That is going to be noticeable. But oh well. It is what it is. Okay. And with that said, I have a feeling that this is not for this printer. Okay. So as you can see, we made good progress on tearing this down the other day. I was wanting to actually leave the frame altogether. I did have a filter. In fact, I did have a, where'd I put it? I was running Nevermore. But it's still, I mean, Nevermore is not going to clean it 100%. Right? Nevermore is a charcoal filter, which is going to get rid of like the smell, but it's not a HEPA filter that's going to get rid of like the VOCs and stuff. So we're going to go ahead and take this all the way down, which is good. We have a new ACM panel because the one that I have in here is kind of scratched up and scraped up. And my Z-rail, come on. My Z-rails, after that catastrophic failure and I swapped over to Kiragami, I did put in the backer bars versus using the printed backers, but I don't have them on the Y rail. So Why is that not lining up? I have to switch over to my other type of bit here. There we go. Now, you want to be careful with these, and you're going to see me flipping this up, down, and around a lot because we do have a lot of oh crap, we do have a lot of M3 nuts in here, so you got to be kind of careful that you don't dump your, there's no easy way to say this. You need to be careful that you don't dump your nuts everywhere. Good morning, Timor. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. I am not going to take this, some of the screws out and stuff. I'm going to leave like the end stops here because that way when I take the rail off to put the new backer on it and stuff like that, we don't, we know exactly where to put it back at, basically. Yes, don't strip your nuts either. It's always bad when you strip your nuts. And the one thing, I love my little V0 here, and I'm going to try not to update the, I don't know, we may go ahead and just update the whole board as well. The reason I was going to say I don't want to is because I want to keep the print history, but it might be better off just to swap everything up. So this is using an older, what is it, Big Tree Tech SKR Mini, but it's a V2, not the V3. So and Free Heathen, I promise you, my friend, I am not blowing you off. I am trying to figure out the best solution to run your V02 in standalone mode, basically. So don't fret there, my friend. I am thinking of you. Okay, and careful here. I guess I can just pull these out. Way. So I didn't take the power supply off yet for the simple reason of it's VHB taped. Oh, I just spilled my nuts everywhere. After I said that, I just spilt my nuts everywhere. That's not good. That's not good. I'm still dropping them everywhere. All I want to do is take this one out so I can get the other side rail off. Keep dropping my nuts. You know, I hear that. I hear that he is working on that build. I'll say good. I still wanted to try the triple Z on the other one to see if it works. And if not, then go ahead and do an update or convert over to 0G. Or excuse me. Yeah, not 0G. Convert over to the Ender 3 NG. We'll see though. These are M3x6 button heads. Okay, so that's the issue is I was scratching against my ACM and wearing out the aluminum on the composite edge. So good thing we got new ACM panels. Throw that over there. What do we want to do next? Let's gonna come out, slide out. Why wouldn't you slide out? Nothing holding you in. Why won't you slide out? Oh, nothing holds you in except the M3 screws. And really what I don't want to do is take this Z apart because the Z is kind of a pain in the ass. But I think we would be semi-close here. Where we can leave the Z in place. Okay, what is, oh, there we go. Hey, that one's out. And I had some thoughts of, I guess what I need to do is just make sure that I have enough nuts in the appropriate place, like between the uprights, because I know that this is working well, right? I know this part is working well, and has been re-greased recently. So I don't want to undo this if I don't have to. And we are going to be that over there. Sorry, where are we at? Let me back up here. Absolutely not, zombie. Oh, that's right. You got your black box in. Did you start your black box last night? Good morning, Big Jano. Hey, Ben Wilkes, how's it going? Welcome on in. Yeah, the boxer. So I got Thunder Keys. I can show it, right? I just can't release any files or anything like that. Yeah, just a little bit of rubbing. Rubbing's racing. That's truth. Looks like you printed enough box turtle parts for a small production run. I'm gonna build two side by side. There's quite a few parts. There are quite a few parts. And yeah, that's definitely the thing. There's definitely a lot of catch up here and there. Yeah, there you go, Thunder Keys. Open source bamboo style AMS. Yep, you can link Discord in here. I haven't blocked links yet because I haven't had anybody come in and be a jerk about adding links, so. We do have an ad break going on. So while the ad break's going on, for those of you that can hear me, I know some people have been asking about upgrades. I am kind of interested in doing the metal toolhead carriage versus a printed carriage. And I've got a Kiragami, of course, on here already. I do have a display on it already. I am using a standard umbilical. All right, cool, zombie. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, is upgrading to that carriage just because it's nicer. I do have these. Like I said, I've got them on the Z-axis. I need to replace the Y ones, and you won't use it on the Z if I stay with the extra light one. Bum, 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 bum. I was really hoping that I would find that gantry in here, and I don't see it. You know, had I really thought about it and planned ahead, I probably would have ordered, you know, some of the Honey Badger ceramic bearings and replaced the existing ones that I have, but I think it's good. Hey, Chris, too, how's it going? You printed parts for West 3D. Nice, Thunder Keys. Nice. So yeah, like I said, I'm going to need to find this gantry and more specifically the printed part specific to this gantry. Otherwise, I'm going to have to swap this out, and I really don't want to. I really like this gantry, and I don't want to swap it out, partly because now that means I got to find the other rail as well. You know, small things. Well, darn it. Okay. So, Voron V0. Go back over here to, say, the overhead, or no, my bad. Browser window. Browser window, and let's do overhead instead of the bench side. There we go. So like I said, I'm going to have to try and get this off the ACM panel, preferably without busting the ACM panel or bending it. Yeah, folks, VHB tape works very, very well. You do not need to use a lot of it. To get a very good hold, and I'm going to mangle this ACM panel trying to get this off. Yeah, but I'm going to have to work on getting this off so I can reuse this power supply. Either that, or maybe I've got one of the LDO not approved for U.S. sale anymore power supplies. But yeah. Yeah, a little VHB goes a long way. So Thunder Keys, I'll ask again just to make double sure on the closed beta. Can we show off? We just can't like show any parts or anything like that. If I remember right, I can show it off. Okay. This is just talking about blind nuts and how to do your drilling and tapping. So yeah, can't distribute it. So so box turtle, ton of printed parts, and sorry, I've got some printed parts still sitting up here. It is, for all intents and purposes, a open source AMS. It uses a total of 8 2020 extrusions. You create a frame at the top, frame at the bottom. But this is going to be box turtle. I'm using a white filament, a black filament, and of course a blue filament. Don't ask me, it doesn't match any other color scheme of any printer that I'm working on. Yeah, I can't even tell you what filament this is, other than it has yet to be released. But I will be building 2 of these side by side. I went ahead and cut the frames myself last night. Drilled and tapped 2 sets of frames. So yeah, it's basically going to be an open air AMS that will work with any clipperized printer. So, and we're making progress. Right now, the biggest thing is I got to see what I can put together while I'm waiting for stuff to come in from AliExpress. So right now it's going to be it's a 4x or 4-way, and there's different back panels, so you can run 4 separate tubes up, or you can run, you know, the 4-into-1 like an AMS does. Well, funny enough, I mean, you're talking about wanting to see something like that on an IDEX. Well, there's the rat rig. The rat rig's IDEX capable as soon as I find the IDEX kit for it available. And the rat rig, even sitting on the floor, prints beautiful parts. This is Polymaker Draft PLA, and it's just the remaining parts. Funny. I thought that one mangled, but it's not. That's actually the part. It looks like a piece of pasta. These are parts for the E11D blaster, Star Wars. So I think that was the last plate of parts that I need. So I'm gonna work on putting that together. And I'll have a E11D blaster to use with some things, other printed things that we haven't talked about yet. Go there. Don't look at this mess back over here. In a pinch, you can secure the carriage and rail by using yes. Nuts down, nuts up. Which way the nuts go doesn't matter. Make sure you don't drop your nuts everywhere. That's what matters. Like I said, the Z rails are on there. We're already using these aluminum backer plates. I'm going to take these off and I'll redo these. And these are M2 screws, which, have I told you how much I hate M2 screws? Because I really do. And by the way, the Mark IV is printing the few TPU parts for the box turtle, and the 2.4 over here is printing the diffusers. And it's going to take, I think it was 8 hours for that print. And it's 4 diffusers and, well, a total of 8 diffusers. 2 of them are strips, and 2 of them are like the Voron style stealth burner diffusers. But they're being printed extra hot and extra slow. To enable the clear printing. And the big key to doing that is, that one's loose. Okay. The big key to doing that is the aligned rectilinear. Only go in one direction, aligned rectilinear. Yeah, the M2s just suck because they strip, like you look at them and the head strip. And while we have these apart, I am going to relubricate these rails because I don't know if they've been done recently, and they're going to see a lot more action than your Z rails do. I mean, these are the ones that are going to be zooming. You guys see what just fell over there? Oh yeah. Well, and lately, like, I did the black box build, right? And the black box is 4080. So we were using a lot of larger screw sizes in that build, right? And then we did the rat rig, and the rat rig's all 3030, and same type of thing. It's, you know, it's all larger screw sizes and stuff. And now to come back and work on a V0 again, like, let me go see if I can redevelop arthritis and carpal tunnel. And these printed rails, sometimes they print very well and easily. Other times they are a pain in the rear. Let me grab a couple of these. One of these. You ready, Liz? There's yet another baby belt in design. So, do you stamp any of the pieces for assembly? Stamping, no, but these are, they look like they're not, I don't think these are CNC'd out. I think these are punched and then they're drilled and tapped. They're probably drilled and tapped and then punched out, because it seems like it's got a round over edge at the top and then the back's still fairly, 90 degrees sharpish. So I think these are stamped out. You were born ready. You wore gloves for your pickleball bean boozled disaster. Uh-oh. Pickleball bean boozle, huh? Wow. These are looking a little dry. Probably a good thing that I took them out for re-greasing. You all know the drill. We're going to apply a little bit of grease, push it in there, bring our rail back on, hopefully without losing any of our balls. Some people will say go ahead and completely tear these down, clean them, flush them out. That is a viable option. The more timely and, or not timely, but it's a time consuming and you know, just something that I don't think is completely necessary. We're just going to repack these with some grease and keep going. If you just joined in, bear with me as I pay attention to where I'm putting my grease. Hey K2, how's it going? You raised $845 for Stand Up to Cancer. Nice. Yes, I know you love V0s. I know that you love the Rook 2020s, which are, you know, basically a open frame V0. Yep. And that's basically what I'm doing here is lubing them back up, getting some fresh EP2 grease in them. And then we'll reinstall this back on a backer and slide it in. And all we're going to do here is just get them started. We don't want to crank down on these. We just want to get a few threads started. Yeah, I've got plenty of EP2 grease. I got like 3 syringes, and I'm ready. I got plenty of lube. I think this will do me for like the rest of my life as far as doing 3D printers. Probably even with the Milo Mini Mill. Okay, so we got that on there. I'm gonna slide that back on there, and I need to see, did I print the alignment jigs? I hope I did, because if not, that's really gonna suck. Frame, skirt, full head, which we're probably not going to use. I'm going to print a different one. Onyx mounts. Onyx mounts. No! Ruh-roh, George. I don't see the alignment jigs in here. Do I have them somewhere? I have been keeping a set around. Now where did I put them is the question. Please tell me that other people do this too, where you're like, oh, I'm not going to need this, and you throw it away, and then it's like the next thing that you need is that. Okay. I think these work. Yay! They're not the Voron ones, but they're going to work. So all I'm doing, since I didn't move the end stop, I'm just making sure that it's tied up against the end stop. And you know, we've discussed this before. You can either start at one end and work your way to the other, or start in the middle and work your way out, but don't go like tack down both ends and then work your way into the center, because you're going to have a bad day. Meaning you're gonna cause deformity of your rail doing that. And quite honestly, I'm going to loosen these back up a little bit, and I'm going to start over. When I start over, my plan is going to be to put Loctite on these. Looking for my little lids, but apparently I don't know what I did with those either, so we'll go back to the stick. And because once again, these are, the heads of these are really easy to strip out. So I don't want to like ugga torque them down, but I also don't want them to be backing out then either. And this is removable blue Loctite. If you did this with red Loctite, you ain't ever getting this out. You will strip these heads, you will shear the heads off, and they will never ever come out again. Come on, darn it. Good morning, Shrimp Father. How's it going? Jano, I just want to say thank you so much for doing the community marble races. Miss Dragon has a blast. I guess is how much she likes it. You come on and she doesn't even bother with my stream. She just jumps over to your stream. Good deal. Yeah, I got coffee. I'm assuming at some point Miss Dragon might go and make a coffee run, but I went ahead and made a little bit this morning. Just to get me started. Okay. That's on there. Now, I want to make sure, because I did get a little bit of that Loctite on the rail. I wipe that off. Do you not want Loctite on your rail? That could be bad. And like I said, normally what I do, you just see me wipe this rail off. What I'll do is I'll come back with some 3-in-1 oil, and we'll go over that with some 3-in-1 oil. And it's a PTFE based lubricant. So the gist there is just to go through and coat the rail so that we don't get any rusting or anything like that on these rails. We shouldn't have a problem. These should be stainless steel rails. They're LDO branded, so ads. Fail is just first attempt at learning. Yep, I'll agree with that. And so once again, you heard me make the comment about using the I was going to say the custom rail, but come on, darn it. You heard me make a comment about using the high wind skeletonized aluminum rail after having a catastrophic failure. And that is exactly why I am putting Loctite on here, because that's what caused that catastrophic failures. A couple of these M2x6s backed out after various, heat and cool off cycles, and my rail got loose, and it literally, the hot end came completely off, knocked the part and the build plate completely out. Like, it opened the door and knocked it out on the floor, and like the rail that the hot end carriage was running on actually got gouged up. So yeah, blue Loctite would be very good thing to do right now. I'm just taking a look at the carriage. Once again, you can go in and really clean these out, soak them in alcohol, take them apart, remove all the bearings, wash and replace the bearings. I don't know about you, but trying to replace the ball bearings on one of these, yeah, no. They do have wipers on these small machines. These are, like I said, standard linear rail carriages, so they do have the wipers and stuff. Pulled two balls out there. I cannot express to you how tiny these little balls are on an MGN. This is 7 or a 9. I never remember. I think these are 9s. Might be a 7. I know there's an option to use a 7 on the X carriage. And all of mine are the same, so they should all be 9s. So I do have a 7 that Hector gave me 1 point. Turn it. Okay. Okay. All balls are in there. Yeah, micro zerk fittings would make life a little bit easier. I've just always used Mobilex EP2 on all of my bearings. Like I have used, I've got a spray-on white lithium grease that I have used for lead screws. And then a lot of your newer, especially like LDO equipment, is coming with language sometimes. It's coming with palm coated screws, lead screws. They really don't need white lithium grease there. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And these particular bearings are just so flippin' tiny. But yeah, Liz, I don't know if you caught it or not, but the one clip that you did of me, I'll say, stroking my rail after greasing my balls, is now a redeem on Zach Rutledge's stream. Okay. And I know I do have a extra rail here that, like I said, Fabrico gave me. And this, I believe, is a genuine high wind, but this is an MGN. I thought it was a 7. This 7? Yeah, MGN 7. So all of these must be MGN 7s because it's the same size as that. So these are all MGN 7s. And just the balls on these things are stupid crazy small. So this one, you would use that genuine high wind on the X gantry versus the Y. So we are going to go ahead and, I guess while we're at it, swap that out. Might as well. That one out. What am I doing? That one goes there. This one goes here. We're going to put that on top of this. Restarted. We have to clip that. Yeah. Like I said, we're just going to get these started so that we can get it put on there, and then we'll come back and swap these out, or not swap them out, but we'll Loctite them in as we go ahead and screw it down into the rail. And this will not be a super long stream today, folks, because I did promise Miss Dragon I'd take her to lunch. So, kind of a late lunch, early dinner type thing. Go. Goes there. Here. Crap. And I just moved that. Really flipping it up. So I guess now I will be validating the distance here. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing good. Boy. We're working on the V0.2 here. And, well, working on what was the V0.1. We've got it pretty much broken down, and we're going to do the upgrade to a V0.2. We're just going through and re-greasing the rails and making sure we have some Loctite on these tiny little M2 screws. Mickey Mouse voice, huh? Ken will know me. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. Hopefully it passes quickly. I know I've been having a little bit of that myself with my allergies. Okay, so we got these on there using my Mark 1 eyeballs. I am going to move my end stop back down there. I guess I'm going to be replacing those end stops anyhow, but those are yep, those are lined up side by side, so that's good. What do you think? Keep the LDO or swap out for the high wind? Seeing how dry the others were, I kind of want to, at the very least, take this off and get some more grease in here. Maybe. Depending on how stripped the heads are. Like I said, this particular printer has seen quite the hours. And actually, this is going to wind up staying where it's at because most of the heads of these screws are stripped. All right. The rails are done. My wind's going to go back over there. Leave that there for later because I'm not sure if I'm going to have to reuse those. Rails are on there. Whoops. We went them 38 millimeters. I didn't move the one, so lining up the other one, I should still be good. But just in case there was a difference in the measurements between the V0 and the V02, we will double check using our depth gauge. .38. And 38, so we're good. Which side is the datum? So these sides are the rearward side. We want to make sure that we've got the screw hole back here on this side, because this is the back side that's going to get attached to the rear, to this rear cross member here. Says to use one of our no drop nuts, which are optional, but definitely worthwhile. And like I said, I think I've got replacement parts for those end stops printed somewhere in here. I promise you. One. There's two. So we will go ahead and remove these and replace them with new versions. Once again, we've got these little printed no drop nut holders. You basically put your M3 nuts in there, and it will keep them from sliding out and falling on the ground, like what happened when I tipped this on its edge earlier. So we just slide that in there, like that. Pretty tight fit. Get in there. And these 1515 rails, depending on which ones you got, these are the older school, I'll say LDO ones. But if you get like, and they're anodized, so you should be pretty good. If you've gotten one of the, a set from like DLL PDF, which are powder coated, they're even tighter, so you may not even be able to use these like no drop nut options, because you may not be able to get them in there. As it is, this is a pretty tight fit. God. How about that? I was pushing it and my rail slid down some. Probably loosen these up just a tad bit. Slide our rail back up. I'm just going to eyeball it side to side. You know what? I wonder. Yeah, I think the no nut is actually, or the no drop nut is actually pushing on the metal bar underneath. That's wild. Something new. Yeah, dust bites with soft jaws probably would not be a bad idea for Ethan. And quite honestly, to keep from having to deal with all that crap again, I'm just going to put this in there the same old way. Onto that for another spot. Came out of the end. Okay, in stops are in place. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Nuts up and down. This is for the Z-axis. The Z-axis I'm going to leave alone. In there, I'm pretty sure it's at the right distance. We'll double check that distance. What we need to do though is rails aligned. We've got in stops at the top that we'll have to swap out for our newfangled in stops. By newfangled, I just mean new color. No stoppers go at the bottom just yet. We need to verify that we're 33 millimeters from the top. Because we know our orientation, we should still be good. I'm just going to do a quick revalidation. Damn, that's a different measurement. So I am going to have to move these down some. Now, by leaving the bed there on the rail, I am going to get a good solid measure, or it's going to keep things square. So I just set my distance, and I'll move my rail up to that distance mark. And because I don't know if I Loctited these before, I will put some more Loctite on them. Again, these are already on the metal rails. And then I do have a set of soft jaws that I printed out of TPU for a 4-inch vise that I use out in the garage. So like, where was that one at? Okay. One side done. We need to do this other side. Get the end stop off. I do have an inch-pound ratchet as well. I actually have a torque driver because when I was building the Annex Engineering K3, it actually provided torque specs for all of the frame and stuff. So I do have a torque driver. I just don't use it for all of my builds because I don't know why. There's really no big excuse. Now that I have the knowledge of what torque values could be used, I should be doing it, but I am not. Because there is a specific torque value spec for, metal to metal, metal through printed parts, printed part to printed part. Okay. There we go. So this one is now set to the same length as the other side. Just going to pull the screw. Maybe. Come on out of there, you little. Oh, not a problem, heathen. Go handle your business. The doctors always takes precedence. Okay, now I am using the alignment jigs here, but know that what you'll be wanting to do is make sure that your rail moves freely, that there's no binding. If there is any binding, leave one side locked down, unlock the other side, and move it up and down and let it self-align between the two rails based on the bed. In this case, we've got the Kiragami. But if you were doing the extrusion-based bed, it's still the same type of process. Just want to make sure, and I'm going to go ahead and put these end stops back in. Make sure that these don't move up or down anymore. And we're going to try and get this done fairly quickly. Because I do need to get on the droid build for 3D Printopia. And the box turtle I am planning on bringing to 3D Printopia, hopefully in a working printing state. Okay. Check our movement, being careful that we don't take it all the way off. And the movement is good. Okay, what's up next? Top and bottom. So top and bottom, we got the ends. We've got the 2 screws with nuts here and here. And the bottom extrusion, we need 2 preloaded nuts in the middle, which is something that I do not have. So, or I'm sorry, because I'm looking at the top piece. The bottom does have 2 preloaded nuts in the middle. So we've got 2 in the back of our Z-axis, so we should be good to go there. Like I said, I'm trying not to tear this apart if I don't need to. So you'd start off putting your Z's onto your bottom, putting it down on a flat surface, making sure you got your 2 M3 nuts right here between the 2. Preload 3 M3 nuts in the back on each side. There were. So there's 2. So I've got 2. And there's no easy way of doing it, of adding more, unless I unscrew the top, put the, add another one. Not sure where these came out of. Must come out of one of the sides. So I can either unscrew the top or unscrew the bottom, pull that rail off, put the 2 back in there. And basically what I'm going to do is use my bed to keep this distance. Okay. So we're going to loosen those up. Thought I loosened it up. Where's my... Grab one of our extra nuts here and slide it down in there. Slide that back in place. And we're going to use our 1, 2, 3 block to keep everything nice, flush, and aligned. Dang it. One side in the channel and the other side I didn't. That's not going to work. So I'm going to use the 1, 2, 3 block to keep everything aligned at the top here at a 90 degree between the two sides. Nice and flush. We might be a little canted. Don't think so though. Not looking like it, so we should be good there. Add the top rail, wrench access. We'll screw those down. We'll bring in our side rails. We gotta make sure we're doing the right ones. These will need tops and bottoms, so that will be these ones. Tops and bottoms with no additional. Yeah, so this one only has it one way. Why does that not make sense? They're all like that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Nothing on those sides. I don't know. Doesn't make a difference right now. What we're doing right here is aligning the rail so that we make sure that we're square on between these two top and bottom rails. That's all these are really going to be used for right now. Then we'll take them back off. Build on a flat surface. Top, bottom, wrench access. Make sure everything's at a 90-degree angle and that we're 58 millimeters from the side. We should be, because we were before. This is where we know we didn't adjust the bottoms. We did adjust the tops, so I will loosen the tops ever so slightly to make sure that we are 90 degrees at the bottom. And I do want to come up here and double triple check which one are the H rails. Okay, yeah, the H rails only have top and bottom. They don't have any going front to back. So I do have the right ones here. What I'm doing is using this one to make sure that this rail and this rail are flush and that these are 90 degrees. And that'll let me lock this side down. Should let me lock it down once I move things over, where I can get to it straight. And now what I'll be able to do is do the same thing up here. Bring my 90-degree block up, make sure I'm at a 90-degree here, that I'm flush here. Lock that side. Now we're just going to spin this around and do the same thing. And once again, I'm at the bottom is now towards me. And we know that we did not adjust the bottom. So that should give us our best 90-degree angle and keep these at the right distance. So make this cover, just do the 90. Lock the bottom side in. Slide this down without sliding it out. And we make sure we got our 90 there as well. Now, what we want to do is come back down here for our measurement. And we want about 58 millimeters on each side. So about 58 millimeters. We can use a ruler. We can use our depth gauge. We are 58 there. About 59. Tops are way off. Put those over there in the right spot. There we go. Get that top down. Slide this back and forth a little bit. Double check the distance here. Okay. And we're squared back up. Now, I just made a disturbing find. Let me come over to this view. That's disturbing because that means I've lost balls out of this rail. And there's at least 3 there. So that does mean I am going to have to take the bed off. Question is will I be able to get in there and just take the bed off, or if I'm going to have to take I'm just going to go ahead and unscrew the entire build platform and take that off. I mean, I got to replace these screws anyhow. You need a stretch button? Oh, do I need a stretch? Hey, Joe's Hangout. How are you doing today? Okay, now because this is a Kiragami bed, that means that we've also got Wago connectors. So I can undo that. I can undo that. And which one? I can undo this JST connector, and my bed comes completely out. Now you'll notice, or may notice, I switch back to the overhead. I was able to pull my, just 3 connectors, 2 out of the Wagos and 1 out of the JST. But you'll notice there's an old fuse here. This fuse broke. And by broke, I mean it did its job, but I think it was more of a fatigue issue where over time and cycles, it stopped working. So I had to put a new one in there and cut that in. But that's the nice thing with these is, I mean, I can replace these however many times I need to. You just keep moving them around. We're going to set this over here. And that should hopefully give me access to the majority of the screws there so that we can take our Kiragami bed mount itself off and hold it to the side so that we can work on these rails. And those are socket head screws, or not button heads, so I probably need to go up a size. Yep. Hey, sis, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. We are dismantling stuff. I didn't want to have to do this, but I noticed that I have lost some balls. So these are going to have to come off, and I'm going to have to see if the 3 balls that I see here are the only 3 that popped out, or if I need to cry and try and get an MGN 7 carriage somewhere. Which of course will delay this build a little bit. Snip, 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 snip. Snip that. Now let me hold this out of the way to get to the other 2. So I thought that was going to let me get to the other 2. Darn printed parts. Can you tell I'm trying to do this without taking a bunch of stuff off if I don't have to? I mean, Yeah, I'm gonna have to take this off and this off because I have new colored parts that are different shades. So I try and then I fail and I'm gonna have to go in and redo it. So let me grab a paper towel again. Because once again, as I mentioned, I've got some loose ball bearings over here. And it could just be where as I was moving the rail up and down, I got a couple of balls out. Now I have the end stops in here. I am going to just go ahead and loosen this up and take this out. We're going to put the right size driver on here so that I can loosen these up and take it out. Seriously? And now, once again, no easy way to play or say this, but I've got to play with my tiny balls and get them back in the behind the spring and into the pocket. Cannot express to you how small those things are. MGN7 bearings are really, really freaking tiny. Much prefer MGN9 because once you get into MGN9, you get into M3 screws. You don't have to deal with these M2 screws anymore. And as you can tell, I am going to put some more lubricant in here because while they were running really smoothly, it felt like, yeah, they dry. They are dry. better. Get a little bit more in here, and then we'll call this one good. And sorry, folks, I was looking down. Yep, exactly, Glendon. You pop into the stream, and the first thing you're hearing is me talking about my balls. It happens sometimes, though. Every once in a while, you know, they pop out. You gotta search for them. You gotta grab the tweezers. You gotta find them. It's kind of a pain. Always the balls. Yep, always the balls. Alrighty. Get this rail aligned in there again. Slide it up there. What do I do with my alignment blocks? Now, it may be. All right, so we're gonna do this. I am gonna go ahead and pull off the one side as well. I will grease this side as well, and then I'm gonna lock this one down with our blocks. The other one, I'll use the blocks to get the initial alignment snug down. We'll replace the parts on the Kiragami, and we'll get that mounted and use that to truly align the right-hand side here. Yeah, probably a good thing that I noticed those because these are pretty dry. So, Westery, how are things going with the farmhouse and the animals? Because I know you had stuff going on with your mom and everything, but I also know that you were still trying to get the repairs done on the house too, and you know, care for all the animals and stuff when all of that went down. So, just wondering how everything's going there. Much better. And once again, because I set my end stops at the 33 millimeters, I should be good. I should be good. So we're going to put our alignment blocks here. We'll hold that tight, and we're going to start at the top. And once again, when we did these before, we were making sure that we used Loctite on here. So you need to snug these down and get good contact, but be careful that you don't strip the heads on these M2s. Now here I'm just going to get them basically aligned. Snug them down. But like I said, we're probably going to have to retouch this side once we get the Kiragami bed back on here. Release the bed platform back on here. So we need to replace some things, and I think I'm just going to unplug these. Makes life easier there. Snip and unplug that, because I'm going to have to take that, well, at least unplug it. Snip. And like I said, what we're going to do is we just need to swap these connectors out with the correct color connectors, since we reprinted all these parts. So it'll just be a matter of pulling the parts off, removing the heat sinks basically. So I'm going to take out heat sinks. Okay, I will. I'm not sure where she's at. I think I heard her leave. She might be going on a Dunkin' run. So wherever she is at, though, I will let her know that she needs to reach back out or see the message from you. Okay, so we'll have to swap these out. Get yeah, Duncan is key. Like I said, I'm not sure. I thought I heard her leave, but she may not have either. I just may be hearing things. I think I'm going to hold off on doing the back one just yet until I get the... I should be fine. So my fear is this is a folded aluminum bracket. So the There may be a little bit of spring tension to it, but it'll be what it is. It will be what it is. And these just have M3 nuts embedded in the bottom. Come on. But yeah, I'll let her know, Liz. Like I said, I was not planning on doing heat set insert recovery, but I think I am now, just because there's so many of them. Majority of them are going to be, just straight replace, but there we go. Some of the ones that I was actually taking out of the utility belt, I used all those as heat sets for the box turtle. Did the drop game work on this, Pez? Or, I'm sorry, Nomi? Not sure if it's... Crap. Where did that one go? Gotta hate when that happens. I heard it hit the table. I don't think it made it all the way down, but there it is. These. Oh, it should be working on this screen. Does it? Yeah, it does. Okay. I just wasn't sure if I was on a screen where it would work. Now the question is, am I going to remember where all of these screws went? Probably not. Okay. We're going to need to get our heat set insert machine up here. And meanwhile, let me dig through here and find all the parts we're going to use. That's going to be one. That'll be one. What do we got? We got the front, that mount. We need the nut holder. And where is the... I'm looking for the Z end stop, or not the Z end stop, but the Z belt holder. It might be different now. Let me see, it might be a different part now. We'll take this 4 out and then put it directly into the other one. Darn it. Try to get it before it fell. Oh well. So I find a rocking back and forth motion works well to get a heat set insert out. And start doing it as soon as you start applying heat. I mean, don't crank on it, but start doing it as soon as you start applying heat. Because what that will do is it'll start to come out before it melts the plastic fully. And it'll come out a lot cleaner. And then remember to have like a pair of tweezers or something over here when you're doing this, because if not, you're going to be more apt to just reach over with your hands and grab it. And yeah, 300C is fairly hot. Then same thing, I use the back of my tweezers here as a flat surface for things that are kind of in there tight. Whoops. So for things that are kind of in there tight, I use the back of this to get it flat because I can't push it up against the end of my desk. Oh dang, 97.58. That was a pretty good drop. That's what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Okay. And Jose Ferreira, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. So we are working through a rebuild of our V0.1. I'm doing pretty good. Like I said, we're working through our V0.1 and just trying to rebuild some things. So I'm in the process of taking stuff out of the old parts and putting it in the new parts, which for the most part, there wasn't a ton of changes between the 0.1 and the 0.2. Especially things like the Kiragami bed stuff that I'm working on right now. It's more the fact that I changed the colors as to why I'm having to go through and do some of this stuff. Hello, Mrs. Dragon. Appreciate it. Tez says she sent you a message. Hold on a second. Yeah, Pezliz, let Miss Dragon know I have something for her. I sent her a message. Said thanks to K2 Kevin. So I think K2 may have helped do up a design for you for your coin.
Wait, now all I need.
I can do that. That's no big deal. Haven't given me a finished design yet either. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a pretty nice build. Like I said, I'm actually coming through here and just doing it's almost like a 1-for-1 swap thing here. So popping the parts out of one piece, putting them in the other. A lot of these I had already had my 0.1 was not a 100% stock machine, partly because, well, as we had talked about previously on here, the gantry, I'm using a aftermarket upgrade gantry after I had a catastrophic print failure that ejected the part out of the printer, and jacked up the gantry. Like, what happened was the tool head basically broke loose, and it marred up the X gantry, and and the Y-axis belts came loose. It was a disaster. I'm sorry, not the belt, but yeah. So, needless to say, I had to do some fixer repair on that, and I hope I can get these out without busting them. But if I do, no worries. I've got extras. There we go. So yeah, I had already made some updates to this that are just going to like roll over into the um, rebuild, like the Kiragami, and then um, the X gantry. Though I'm really going to need to look into the X gantry because it uses different parts. There's custom XY joint pieces for it that I'm going to have to find. Hey, this is a tight fit. So these parts here are an ASA carbon fiber. I believe these were I think these were 3DO ASA carbon fiber parts that we were using, not the Fetus carbon. And so, yeah, a little bit more, a little bit tighter. They don't flex as much. Normally your ABS will flex a little bit, especially on parts like this, which are made to be press fit together. So when you have pretty good tight print tolerances and you're trying to do these parts, you may wind up with pretty tight fitting parts. Where I'm getting at with that language. Because once again, ABS will give a little bit, ASA will give a little bit. As soon as you add in carbon or glass filled, they don't give as much anymore. But that's the nature of the fill, you know. And I'm trying to keep all of these parts in case somebody wanted them, but now that I'm pulling the heat sets out, they're going to be a little, I want to say sus, but they'll be marred. And if you go to put a heat set in them again, they won't fit as nicely. So these may just be going in the recycle. Okay, Royal Nomi, you have a good weekend and hopefully you feel better soon. Okay, so this one gets the little JST connector and it just slips. There's a little slot here, so this is just a little standard 2JST connector. It's a parallel pass-through basically. And so you just have to run this through the slot on the end and kind of just wiggle it down in there until it lines up. And then we're going to use a M3x6 to secure it in place so it doesn't go anywhere. Just like that. So that's been replaced. These have the heat sets in it. We just need to add our lead screw piece back to it. Make sure you get it in the right direction. You want the little cutout section. You want that facing up because you're going to be putting a whatchamacallit, dang it. That's the standard ones. There's Kiragami. I like that. It shows you putting together the standard bed and then they switch over. No, it might not be a Kiragami. That might be the. I don't know. Anyhow, that is Kiragami. Or there's a link to the Kiragami. There we go. Gotcha. So I may have to reuse this one, though you won't really notice it because I don't think I have that part printed. But I'm pretty sure that this goes in an upward orientation. Even in the new version of the, I mean, the bed's still going in the same direction. It's just the Z end stop itself that has changed location from the top to the bottom. Come on, darn it. So I'll get this in here. I won't like wrench it down in place because I think there is a little bit of wiggle room, and we'll make that we'll make the wiggle room up later on, and I do need to see if yes, that goes up, and that is the way I installed it. Okay, good. So this is going to go back into the bed. There's a slot on each side here that is going to slide down over the top of the connectors here. Once again, is a little tight. Might be that the my heat sets are just a tiny bit proud, so I'm just going to heat them back up a bit and make sure that they're pushed fully down in there. They really need to be flush for this to go on there easy. Fairly tight fit, but I am going to do a little bit of light file here. Just to make sure it's cleaned up. That is definitely still catching. First you don't succeed, try a bigger hammer, right? We use M3x6s to secure this to the part. And you need to make sure that these are definitely lined up. If they're not 100% lined up, they're not going to go in, and apparently need to tweak on one side a little bit. All right, folks, I know I was getting very quiet there. I was just concentrating, making sure that I got this properly aligned. For the most part, all of the connections going into the Kiragami are M3x6 button head screws. Okay, so we got those two there. There is going to be a piece that mounts in there. And I looked at it and I was like, no, that doesn't get used, and yes it does. There we go. This is just used to provide a spot to clip your wires and stuff to. And it just slips down in this gap here. It's got the printed cutouts, so it'll go right in there. So get those lined up. It'll drop right down in there. Now you've got this hole right here. Well, that's going to be a heat set insert that needs to come in from this side, I'm pretty sure. So I had that one. This is the chain mount. Chain mount. A 5mm spacer. Maybe I do have that part. A Z mount. There we go. That's 5mm space. Did have it. Okay. And guide. Parts for the other one. Installation, and they just have a video, really? All right, we'll muddle through. But this lines up with a screw, so I'm going to assume, I know that makes an ass out of me and me, but I'm going to assume this is going to have a screw that comes in from the underside into here to manage these cables. So I'm going to go ahead and put a M3 heat press insert in here. Like I said, this is a educated guess because I don't want to sit here and just pull up a video and look through a video. So we get that clipped in there, and we'll just put an M3x6 screw in here. These will probably be one shy now that I'm doing this one here, but that's okay. We got that there. We'll do the thing in the front. Over here, we've got we need heat set, heat set. This is for the cable chain mount to. Take these out of the old cable chain mount. Had 4 of them, so we'll take all 4 out. Like I said, they heat up pretty quick, so once you start getting heat in them, immediately start rocking them back and forth, and you should be able to get them out without having a lot of material left over on them. And if you do, not all is lost. Simply take, hold them with a pair of tweezers, make sure they're warm, and then hit them with a wire brush. Okay, so we got that piece there done. We need to get our nose piece put back in, so we need to add our diffuser back in here. Where is that going? Diffuser lined up and push it back in there. Mine's a pretty tight fit, so you need to make sure that you're like pushing it straight down in there. This is one of those things you really need to get it like straight up and down to be able to get it to drop down in there and drop in there well. Okay. Close enough. We'll need to put our LED in here, and I just realized there's going to be 2 more heat certs in there that we need to pop out. So I've got 2 sitting here already, so I'll grab those and use these. Take your time when doing some of these heat press inserts because there's really not a way of getting in there and making sure that they're straight after the fact. So do your best to get them straight as you're putting them in the part. So you let that sit and cool for a little bit. We can go ahead and add this piece back in. Once again, it goes here and here. And we may have blocked our access on the one hole, but we'll see. Again, these went in with M3x6 screws. Yeah, like I said, may have blocked my access here. I may have to take the piece out of the side there to be able to get this to line up right. Oh, no, maybe. Oh, there we go. I got it. That's right. I was going to have to take this off anyhow because it goes from being on the outside to being from going on this side and looping around. It goes this way and loops right down along the rail there. So that's on. That's on. We still need to do the mount here for the. I need another heat set in that side. Pop these out. Does anybody have any projects they're working on? Trying to get things ready for like 3D Printopia or anything? And like I said, I need to work on my droid build soon. Okay, so the way this is going to work is there's a little nub on this piece and then the screw hole here. So the nub's going to go on the outside. The screw that we're going to use to secure it is on the inside here. So it's going to, we're just going to kind of bring it in there like that and twist it. Another M3x6 button head screw here. Okay, so we have our connections for the bed. We've got the connection for the lead screw. We've got the wire routing to come over and then go into our thingamajigger. And now I'm going to go ahead and get this lined up. Once again, I'm going to put it in on the left side first, and then we'll go to the other side. And these are going, metal screws through metal into metal. So we're going to do just a dab of Loctite on these. And remember, when you're screwing these in, you're not trying to really crank down on them. That's why you're going to use the Loctite, because if you crank down on them, you could actually compress the bearing races on your carriage. So just be careful. You don't want to damage your carriages. You're just bringing them snug, and I'm going crisscross, the crisscross applesauce type of thing. We'll get the one side on, then we'll do the other side. So sort of, we're mounting these. Right. Okay, one side's in. Now we're going to start working the other side in. Hopefully I can get access to all these still without taking that part back off. Ugh. Okay, let me grab this one. All right, so I'm having issues with it not lining up on this side. So we're going to have to there we go. There we go. Just took a second. So who all caught Nomad Stream with Joel yesterday? I saw it up. Hey, Turtle Crawler, how's it going? I saw it was up, and by the time I got to it, the live session was already over. I still haven't watched the full thing, but there's quite a few people there in the background. I didn't think there was that many people up in Joe Telling's neck of the woods. Joel. Working on wiring, sleeving stepper wires with paracord. Okay, so you're taking the inside out and just using the exterior as a sleeve? Okay, now this is real crunchy right now. So we kind of were anticipating that. What we're going to need to do is loosen up the right side rail just a little bit, not a lot. Nope, not that one. We're going to loosen up this left side rail or right side rail. I'm going to remove the blocks. And I'm going to basically let this right side rail free float and align to being 100% parallel to the left side. And then we're going to start at one end. So we'll just work on tightening it back down. Continue to check the movement as we go. The last thing we want to do is somehow over constrain this and not realize it. Then we'll go back and start all over again, and I just lost the flipping ball. Damn it. Excuse me. Darn it. I mean, I know that I'm square, but with swapping that centerpiece out, it could have adjusted enough side to side as well that maybe they were still too close together. Okay. Cordless paracord. Is there such a thing as cordless paracord? All right. I'm okay with that. We lost a ball, but we're good if it's just one, we're good. It normally you can lose one or two. So I think we're good there. We still need to do the front piece here. That should be cooled off a little bit now. We'll get this put back in. M3x6 once again. What is it you're sleeving with the paracord wire though? Like, are you doing motor wires, regular wires? Like, what kind of wires are you doing and what project are you working on? And hey, Shenanigans, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well today, my friend. We are working on a rebuild of our V0.1. We're going to bring it up to a V0.2 spec, and before I keep doing this, I need to grab the other end stop at the very least, or not end stop, but well, yeah, we'll call it an end stop. I need to get that installed. That's getting installed with an M3x8. Yeah, M3x8 and an M3 nut. XY's for a Mercury build. Are you rebuilding it again, or is this a new build? Huh. You're still there, sis. How's it going? And I saw you had said something up there. Let me. Most of the house construction is done, but with mom passing away, construction is kind of stopped. Yeah. Horses and dogs are really good. That's good. That's good to hear. Okay. So the Z end stop is currently fairly long. This is the original Z end stop. We are going to just reuse this, and we'll cut the cable down as needed. So our Z end stop, we've got our part here. We need to make sure that our orientation is in the right way. This is going to come up. So the plunger goes to the left. It says mind the switch orientation, so be very cognizant of that. We're connected on the two outer pins. So, and we're going to use our loving M2x10 self tappers. I say loving because I hate them with a passion. I used to have some that were, I had a few that were, hex head instead of the ones I have here, which are Phillips head, and the hex heads work so much better. I don't strip them out nearly as often as I do these. New build, but you're almost done, but you bought a tube. Yeah, that'll get you, doesn't it? That'll get you. Right, and apparently I'm gonna have to screw these through the end stop chassis for whatever, or the end stop for whatever reason. You flooded your laundry room, so washing everything and cleaning up water. Well, that's always fun. All right, seriously, what is going on here? You had to run a 4th of July sale and you have bad self-control. I'm with you, my friend. I've got the tube over here. I still need to install it on something, and then seeing you put a tube on your 0G, I was like, ooh, no, yes. Because if I'm going to put a tube on it, it makes sense to put it on the Ender 5 Plus chassis because it's bigger and it'll make good use of. There we go. It'll make good use of the tube and its ability to push a lot of plastic. But that one sits out in the dining room because it won't sit on the racks behind me here. It's too big to sit on the racks, so work with me here, dang it. So this kind of tucks in close to the left-hand side a little bit. Oh, there we go. So it's tucking, darn it. Where am I going? There we go. It's tucking in kind of on this side, so it's not like a straight in. You have to kind of cant it into the corner behind that left arm or the right arm side there. Okay. Of course, it's an angry end stop. I don't know if you guys can see that. Angry end stop. Oh, awesome. So metal stepper towers. So if you get the metal stepper towers, I do have my Milo, so that'll give me something to test with the Milos, cutting out my own stepper towers. And then 9 mil belts. I'm there. After seeing the rat rig with the 9 mil belts and the the rat rig and the K3 running 9 mil belts, I'm all there. Especially if I put it on the 5 Plus with that size. Yeah, that'll definitely be good. We'll leave those here. What are we gonna do? A pair of M3x8 button head cap screws. And some nuts. I'm pretty sure I've dropped my nuts out of here a couple, 3 times, so putting some fresh nuts in here will make sure that I've got nuts where I need them in the side of this channel here. And yes, we're talking about dropping nuts. I did drop balls earlier. We're dropping nuts. Actually, I dropped a bunch of the nuts earlier too. That was a bad timing when you're not paying attention. All of a sudden, you lift this up and M3 nuts go everywhere. Okay, so I'm just going to get these started, and then I'm just going to work this up from the bottom of the part here. If I can get it lined up at the, there we go. Just get that lined up, and we should be able to push this on up. What are we catching on? Okay, so am I too loose or am I not? There we go. And this goes all the way up. Like you want the plunger, full display here. All right, you'll notice that plunger is right next to the side of your linear rail. That's where you want it. So that as that comes down, it's going to hit that plunger before it even has a inkling of coming off that rail. Okay, so that's where we're going to get it. So you take this and you push it all the way up. So basically the top of the end stop housing is right up against your linear rail. Then you tighten down these screws on either side. And it makes good contact, so that's good. Huh. All right. Now what's up next? Yes, we tested the function. It does go click, click. Yes, Westry, always good to have your nuts. Now it wants us to remove the uprights and make sure that we preload nuts. So before I do that, let me go ahead and add the front back in on our Kiragami bed. Make sure you get your nuts squeezed down in here appropriately. You don't want these coming out and freewheeling on you as you're trying to tighten it down, or what's worse is you don't want it coming out while you're printing and then you have something that's rattling around in your printer that you don't know what it is and it just freaks you out and you spend time trying to figure out what's going on. And this is just going to slide straight down on there, and then you'll screw down from the top into the bottom. And are those wouldn't be M3x6? Well, will they? I guess they will be. We're going to put these on with M3x6s. And I did add the little circuit board in there as well. So that's going to be, there's still a surface mount LCD on a little PCB board. And so that is right there. We do have a 3-pin wire that'll go up to that. And this will provide you like your little stealth burner light up that you'll see, or that we're used to seeing. All right, now it wants us to take off the side rails and preload nuts. So I need 2 at the top, 2 at the top. This is looking at it from the back, so we need 2 on the top frame, 1 on the back frame. Over here in the overhead view. Oh, that was good. Overhead view. Let's bring in, not overhead view, browser window. There we go. So you guys see it. There we go. So we need 2 up here, 1 here at the back, and 2 along the back here. Couple at the bottom. Okay. So we need to go ahead and take these side rails off now. Use the right size driver. Works a lot better. And you don't need to undo these like ways. You can just do them like quarter turn and it comes right off. We're going to set these aside. And this is where using your no drop nuts might be worthwhile to keep from, well, dropping your nuts. I'm going to hold off for just a couple of minutes on doing any of that. Just because I just want to make sure what we were putting in. So we got 2 at the top. So this is, no, that's the bottom. That's the bottom. This is the top. So 2 along the top. One at the top back. Two at the lower back. And 2 at the bottom if you need to. So if your MCU does not supply 5-volt power to your Raspberry Pi, you're going to need to mount a 5-volt power source, adding additional nuts into this slot beyond the 2 called out here that are for the Z motor mount. So we're going to need 4 nuts. The 2 for the Z motor mount and the 2 for the 5-volt power. And this is going on the bottom. And we're being very careful and mindful of where our things are. Now we need our E extrusions, and those are going to go at the bottom. And the E extrusions are going to be the ones with the hole that's kind of about not midway, but a partial way through. It's going to line up with your whatchamacallit, your y-axis. So we're going to slide that in on one side, kind of get it lined up where it's going to go at. And then we'll find the other one and slide that one in. Oi. That didn't hold the way I was expecting it to. And then we'll do the 2 Ys. Does it give me... All right, so it just says basically line it up and loosely tighten these down so that it doesn't do what it just did to me. So you're just lining up on the head and you're just loosely tightening it down so it doesn't run away on you. It doesn't flip up. There's those two. We'll need to take the Y rails, and I'm going to say pay attention to the Y rails. I did do them so that the LDO would be, we'll say, up and readable. And once again, I'm just providing a a light snugging on this. I'm not trying to crank it down at this point. I'm just trying to get it semi-aligned so that we can do our upright. And it's going to be our upright that we're going to use to actually align these. Okay. So those are done. Those are done. We already have our screws in from when we took it apart. I really need to stop doing that. The H extrusions. So these are the ones that we had used before that we used to, that we just took off, that we used to straighten up our Z. We're just going to slide these straight down at the back here. One there. And one over here. Like so. We're going to loosely tighten these as well, just so, well, nothing goes flying off. And I'm just using my hand right now to try and align side to side between the extrusions. And it should start giving us some measurements here in a minute on how to, there we go. 37 millimeters from the back bar to this upright. We need 37 millimeters. So what we'll do is we'll grab our unplug that, move the hot thing out of the way so I don't burn myself. We'll come back to it later. We're just going to set 0 on this. And we want to set it as close as possible to 37. On the dot. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use this tail as a depth gauge to see if we need to move this front to back, side to side. So I think what I'm going to do is put this on its side. I'm going to try and adjust these two at the same time. So once again, you just put it right at the edge, push it forward until it locks in. And once again, I'm using my fingers to try and keep the distance there. And don't be afraid to double check this and correct if you need to. Okay, so that side should be set. Yes, we have locked all of our nuts in there, so they should not fall out as we flip this around side to side. That's good. Now I'm just going to crack these slightly. And do the same thing. Push or pull as necessary. I mean, they were pretty close as it was, but and you want to make sure that these are square, and we will go through and double check squareness. And I just noticed that this wasn't all the way down flush, so I'm going to hold it down flush, pull it back in to the top. Okay. Now, cable chain, shamble chain. We need to mount the lower cable chain using M3x8 button head cap screws before we proceed. Where's my cable chain? That was the top one, that was the bottom one. Wasn't that sweet and dandy? They're actually showing the cable chain backwards from the way that I had used it previously, so you see. Nope, it's got to go that way. It can't go the other way. So what I'm doing is I'm looking there and it looks like it's got the innie at the bottom and the outie at the top. But at least with the cable chain I'm using, if you do that, it's not going to be able to go. So make sure you double check your cable chain before you just blindly follow the instructions. You need 2 M3x8s with M3 nuts. And once again, it's always good to double check the Nothing against the manual. It's just most likely difference in materials. I have a feeling that was a 10 in the 8 bin. Oh, that's an 8. The other one was a 6. Oi, where did that one go? There it is. So that's now what? 3 times I've dropped something? Or 2? Losing count. Okay, and this looks like it goes right down at the bottom, so just align it with the bottom and go ahead and screw it down on there. All right, and I just cranked on those and that is still twirling, so I just scored my frame because these need to be M3 by 6s, not M3 by 8s. So we'll swap those over to M3 by 6s. Or I should at least say for the cable chain material I have, these need to be M3 by 6s. And I need to put my, I'll say my any outie ends in opposite directions of the instructions. The instructions I mean, these are the base model instructions, but it all depends on where you went to get your parts. And so just pay attention. Yeah, Turtle, I'd definitely be interested in the 9mm belt mod. We'll just get this lined up with the very bottom and screw those down. And let me see what she did with my coffee over here. Oh, wow. So Mrs. Dragon accidentally ordered 2 of everything. So most of it got poured in here. The stuff that's still in the Dunkin' cup is most likely cold by now, but that's my own fault for not coming over here and grabbing it sooner. We're going to be wired today. Okay, now it wants me to put the bottom panel in. New bottom panel. We are swapping over because our upgrade kit does come with new panels, and as noted before, at least the rear panel that I was using was getting pretty marred up. So we're gonna replace the panels anyhow, since I've got it in the kit here. People and their tape. Back panel. So if I remember right, the V0.2 now has we'll say a bottom. Yeah, not say a bottom. It has a bottom panel. So one of these would be the bottom panel. This will be the kind of back mid panel. This may be the actual back panel. This will be the bottom panel. We're not going to use this because we have an umbilical instead of this. So set that stuff over there. Is there got clear plastic on the one side? So let's get ready for the ASMR here. Ooh. Nice peel. We're going to continue to keep trying to touch it on the edges and not the... There we go. Another nice peel. So the one side is really, really, really shiny, right? The other side, a little bit more muted. I'm going to put this side facing up. Well, yeah, because that's the way it goes, number one. To allow for our cable chain. Goes right under the end stop. We still have the two nuts here in the middle that we need to remember. And that way our end stop wire is covered up and coming right underneath the bottom deck panel here. There's the end stop wires coming out. Cable chain right there. So that slid in nicely. Now we need to preload some more nuts. Preload the nuts. 4 on the right side. No. 3 on the outer edge. 3 on the outer edge. 4 at the bottom. and then 4 at the bottom on the left edge. This is the critical part on these, is just making sure you have all of your nuts preloaded. Now we're looking for 3 nuts on the top edge here. So 1, 2. I'll restock my nuts. 3. 1, 2, 3. And 3 on the outer edge on the bottom, just like we did on the other side. And the majority of these are to mount the panels. Okay, now we're going to need a B extrusion, and the B extrusions are the ones that are going to go across the front here. And the B extrusion. We have to scroll up to check and see which ones are the B extrusions. So we're on page 61. Okay, so the B extrusions have no holes in them. No holes. No holes. That would be these two here. Could be this one as well, because this one has no holes. So we've got 3 here with no holes, and then the other 2 do have holes in them. So those are going to be my front uprights. We're at page 61. So B extrusion. We need to preload some nuts and get M3x10 screws. So we're going to grab the one that already has the M3x10 screws still in it. We're going to preload some nuts. So we need 4 M3 nuts on one side. So we've got our 2 screws on each side. We've got 4 M3 nuts. Loosey-goosey, the front lower extrusion is just sitting on the deck panel at this time. It will get secured in a few steps. The question is are the 4 nuts on the bottom or the front? I think they're on the bottom. I'm going to orientate this so that they're on the bottom, which is facing me currently. Last chance, we need to go through and verify. So looking from the bottom, okay, from the bottom, we've got 4 M3 nuts on each side. Let me flip this up. I don't think anything will come running out. So we've got 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. It says 2, but remember we added 2 more, so we have 4 down here. So we have 2 for the Z, and then 2 more for the 5-volt converter. Okay. Now we're going to flip this over. Like so. And looking from the top, we have 3, 3, and 2. So we're good there so far. Left side, we should have 3 down at the bottom. We do. Right side, 3 down at the bottom, and we do. All right, here, go. There. Okay. We should have 2 M3 nuts between our Z rails down here at the bottom. We do. I like this. Quoth the Raven nevermore. If you are planning on installing a Nevermore micro air filter, you will want to preload extra nuts on this rail here. I have one. It's going to take 4 nuts. So I need to put 4 nuts in this top right, or I guess, well, if you're looking at it from the front, it'll be the right extrusion. Okay, so we've got our 4 nuts right there. And that'll be for our Nevermore. Now, looking from the back of the printer, so if we kind of rotate this around, it says we should have 1 at the top, which I do not, and 3 on these back rails. There's 3 and 2. Why do I not have 3 there? Okay. Ah, damn it. Why did I just do that? Okay, so we just spilt our nuts everywhere, so we're going to be going back and redoing all of our nuts because I'm an idiot. Okay. We'll work on the top first since I just screwed up the bottom. Top. 2 there. We'll need 3 along each front. Yep, this stream is nuts. And I just dropped my nuts everywhere. So there's those 3. Okay. 3 there, 3 there, 2 there. Just trying to think how I can do this now. Okay. From the bottom, I'm going to need 2 in the back, but we've got 4 because we're added the 2 for our 5-volt. I need 4 down the back now. 1, 2, 3. Get in there. 4. And then 4 over on this side. I should have 4 in the bottom this one, which I do. So those are good. The left side, I'm supposed to have 3 nuts down here. They evacuated. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to need 3 over on this side because they evacuated as well. Nothing on the top, nothing on the rear sides yet. We still have the 2 back here. Whoops. We need 3, 3, and 1. And that's where we have the issues because that's where we had the issue, and Luke is not going to tip this again like he did before. We got 2 at the top. It says to have 1 here in the back, which I don't. It wants 3 on each side. I've got 3 on one side. Oh, I got 3 on each side. Apparently 1 was stuck somewhere. And there is 1 in the back here, all the way over on the side out of view. So I dumped my nuts for no reason. And yes, I just said that. We're going to scoot this around. I'm going to try and put this, shove it up underneath so it's fully up underneath where it's out of the way. No? Okay, great. We got our, glad I just checked that because we've got 1. I need 3 more. And those are for Nevermore. Means I probably still have another couple of nuts somewhere around here on the table. Looking from the back. We had 1, 3, 3, 4 at the bottom instead of the 2. Now, the de-extrusions. The de-extrusions have wrench access top and bottom. They also have 1 for a cross brace, or that would be at the bottom, right. So top and bottom you have access. So top and bottom, but also on the bottom you need to have that access. So make sure that you have this in the right direction to enable you to be able to tighten the bottom as well. Okay. That one goes there. This one goes on this side. All right, which one of you is being problematic? Both of them. Both of them. Okay. So the issue I'm going to have is this wire not letting me sit flat. So let me try and pull this out of the gap. There I'm sitting flat. So I can now start to tighten the screws behind the access holes. Okay. That one. That one. You do the one across the front. Just using our 1, 2, 3 block to keep everything nice and parallel across the front. So we should have a very good, whatchamacallit. Okay. We have nothing on the uprights. You want to flip these over just to make sure that we are nice and flush top and bottom, or top and bottom. I know we're flush on the bottom. I want to make sure we're nice and flush at the top too, because that will knock our frame out as well, as if we're, as I'm sitting here going, wow, that seems like something's way out of whack there. Oh, I'm like, why am I out of whack? The whatchamacallits, the Y carriages actually go up above the rails. So yeah, that may have actually knocked me out of whack. Let's go back to this method. We're going to use the 1, 2, 3 block as a parallel, just to make sure that our top is flush. The bottom should be flush because we tightened it up on the surface. Oh, why are these not lining up? You do want to be careful here, and there's a reason why I'm doing the 1, 2, 3 block here, because your rails, one, can get not be aligned flush, but they can also twist, especially as you tighten these screws down. So just something to be aware of. All the way forward. Not gonna get into that angle. That's what I was thinking was there. No, that is what I wanted. Undo that. Stream is nuts. The stream is full of nuts. Okay, we pop that out. Hopefully that gets me. And my ACM panel is just in the way of me being able to get to this screw because I think there's a little off right there, and that might be what is showing up. As our, might be what was showing up as our slight rocking there. Take your time when you're working on this. The squarer your frame is right now, the squarer and the easier your Core XY is going to work. So and I think what I'm going to do is and that's right, I can't get this out because of the uprights, so I'm going to have to undo the uprights. So I lost one of my nuts. Okay. So we got that. I should be able to pull this ACM panel back out, okay, which will allow me to get in here to this one, I think it is. Okay. Seems to be a slight twist on the back there too. But yeah, just take your time and work your way through this stuff. The square the more square your frame is, the better your XY kinematics are going to be, the easier it's going to be to square your gantry and everything else along the way. So if something is not square and you're getting a rocking, try and work hard to get rid of that rocking. Okay. I mean, everything feels good, but feels good, but it could always just use that one tiny sliver of correction, maybe? I don't know. There we go. The issue is this right here was pulled a little bit high. As soon as I released the tension here, it went back a little bit. And I got the rocking out. There's no more rocking. So there we go. All righty. Our nuts are in place. Our frame is square. And folks, I think this is where we're going to call the stream for the day. As I said, I did promise Mrs. Dragon that I was going to take her out to lunch. It's now 2 o'clock our time, so it'll be a late lunch, but we are going to go and enjoy some lunch. So thank you everybody for being here today and hanging out with me on this fine Saturday morning. And like, I know there's a reason. No, I don't need that anymore. Okay. Yeah, thank you everybody for being here and hanging out with me today. We will come back to this definitely on Tuesday, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? I don't know. No, I may be working on something else tomorrow that I still can't work and show you guys on. I can show you the end results, but I can't show you the I can't build on it on stream. So 3x6. So with that said, I am going to call the stream. Let me just finish 1 3 1 5 5 1 3 Okay. So yeah, next stream we will continue. We'll start adding the A and the B motor back in, as well as some of the other motors and stuff. I do need to find the gantry parts. If not, I may have to reuse the XY gantry parts from the 0.1 in order to use my rail. And I say that because I don't think I have... I know I have the extrusion. I don't know where I put it. So I may have to find that extrusion as well. But, yep, we are here. And that's where we're going to start or stop. Let me find a raid target for us to bounce out into today. All this stuff picked up and put back in here and out of the way. Too many projects going on at the same time and too many things still hanging out and around the floor. I'm going to break my neck one of these days. Raid target. Any suggestions? Oh, thanks, Liz. Let's see. AZ, Chris Perillo, Rix O'Brien. Actually, you know what? We have not gone into Brix O'Brien. It looks like he's still doing the stand up to cancer stuff. So I have some maker chips to print. Go look at Discord. Oh, thanks, Liz. Appreciate it so much. No, that's fine. I get it. I get it. I got to do it. So thank you, Liz, for helping Mrs. Dragon. I do appreciate it. Like I said, we will come back to this build. It may be sooner rather than later, or it will be Tuesday, one of the two. But we'll continue to build on this. Thank you everybody for being here. And I thought I set it up, but I didn't. We'll start the raid. That's what I need to do. So yeah, thanks a lot. Come with me as we go over to Bricks O'Brien and check him out. Once again, he's doing the Stand Up for Cancer charity that's been going on. So if you can, support. If you can't, no worries. Hang out, do what you do best. And we will talk to everybody again later. Bye now, folks.